quickly. Well, where are we at? Okay. What was I doing this morning? What was I doing this morning? Yeah, I think I had just changed my zone border entrance chunks calculation of it. Yes, okay, and I changed the map too to be flat rather than have the altitude. Maybe working on getting the chunks blended together is something I should do. Let's go somewhere random. Let's go over here. Let's see here. Okay, where am I? Okay, I'm right there. I'm actually right next to a entrance. Okay, let's see the size of this puppy. Okay, so this is the green area, that little tiny connector. This big one is the red area, and we have a passage here into the yellow, which is nice. And so I guess yellow would be here, up into here. So that's almost like a different... I wish I could probably detect those sections and like make those different different biomes. Not same zone, different biome, I think. And then we have the green section right here, which would mean this is the blue, or this is that cyan. Going into the green, and the green into this area. And I'm like right down here somewhere, right? Or no, I was up here. They feel a bit claustrophobic, maybe? They are big. Right, I'm like over here. Where am I? No, that one area. Yeah, that's okay, let's run around this green zone for a while. For a second, see how big this is. Wow. Wow. Come on, you can get up. You can get up. There we go. There we go. Should I turn the noise scale down? It would give me more features in it. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I don't know if I should just cram more features into here. And so, okay, now I'm like way up here, which is kind of its own entrance. Yeah, and I guess it kind of does act as an entrance, right? Uh-oh, yeah, maybe not. Wow, dude, the the slope you're able to run up is kind of egregious. Okay, so now I'm probably in blue now. And so I guess technically the this red is this area. And it has an entrance. Interesting. Where's the zone entrance chunk here? It is that one. That's that one. I mean, it makes this red one pretty small. What's the area of this red one? Area is 21. So let me just play with the settings a little bit here. Num set. I did 1,000. Yeah, that's a lot. Let's take that down to 500. See what that looks like. Wow. Oh, that is 322. That is huge. 408. Oh my god. Interesting though. Dude, these are so interesting. There's 5 entrances to this one. Where are they all? So there's one. Wow, okay, I gotta pop up out of here. Oh no, I clicked. Okay, we'll check this out. Okay, so I am in, that is the turquoise zone. And then like right here would be this section. Let's say turquoise, cyan. This would be the blue area. It's the green. It's yellow. This is the other green. So it looks like this yellow and green are kind of locked. Like there's no path. They each have one. I don't know, like how okay with that should I be? You know? Check this zone out. Blue, that's pretty big. I guess that only has one entrance, which is, yeah, so this is like kind of locked. I guess if I made them bigger, it would make more sense to have at least 2 entrances. Yeah, that blue zone is massive. What do I do about that? Is there a way I can break up zones that are too big? Then we have this like little yellow sliver, this thing right here, whose entrance is this chunk, which like you may not even be able to, yeah, I mean that might as well not even be an entrance. A little secret zone perhaps? But I guess it did, that being an entrance chunk did turn this blue zone, it did connect it to the turquoise zone, the cyan zone. Maybe it would be better to do a greater number of cells, but then also a greater minimum biome area. Ooh, 22. Like 750 cells, 750. It's an interesting shaped zone. The green zone area is 229 chunks, 11 neighbors. It almost connects back in on itself. Almost. And it has 4 entrances. Okay, so green is like here. I'm so confused. It's green. This is definitely red. And cyan is definitely like this. I guess green goes here. Yeah, I need to change the way the coastal fall-offs are applied, because it looks like there's a lot more land there than there actually is. Like, and like, look at this red one. Like, it looks like it should connect, but it doesn't. I mean, yeah. So I'm reaching into the biomes to use the biomes chunks for the ocean. I should probably do the opposite. I should use the oceans chunks. Should I do that right now? Might not be too hard. Let's commit this though. What have I even done here? I've totally forgotten. I have totally forgotten everything that I've done. This is essentially build out biome definitions and use them for zone entrances. For merging biomes and zone entrances. That's essentially what I've done, I think. Okay, so I think, yeah, what I wanted to do was instead, let me calculate the, where would this be? The fall-off generator? Suppose I can get rid of that now. Maybe I'll do that at the end of what I'm doing just to make sure I don't need it. Is it in map generator where I do this? Apply zone border mountains. Okay, so I think it happens in world map is where I'm doing this. And yeah, this is begging for a refactor. I'm gonna keep that as it is. I'll say uncomment. God, Moxie, stop it. Uncomment for flat shaded biome map, which I do have uncomment in. Zone border sides. Moxie, stop it! What are you doing? Stop, please. It's okay. Stop. It's okay. You're very soft. Okay, zone border sides at world coordinate. What am I returning? The fall off sides. Okay, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so, if it's black, I just return. Okay, so... I guess I should say if it is an ocean chunk. So first of all, I should change this to if it's not equal to black. That's not quite right. Yeah, I think so. Comment that out. So we no longer want to skip. Yeah, we no longer want to skip. But I do need to check. Wait, no, this is the border sides. So keep, yeah, no, keep that. I'm dumb. I'm so used to doing the borders. We're changing up to fall off sides at world coordinates. Okay. Yeah. This is more what I'm looking for. This is more what I'm looking for. What am I doing here? Okay. If it equals 0. Okay. And this is the height map, okay. And what if I did this to say not equal to 0? Then what? It's just gonna fall off on everything. But then, no, here's what I do. I do this, these are all not equal to 0. Yes. And then what we do here If this one is not equal to 0, wait, what is this saying? If it's equal to 0, do fall off on all sides? Not necessarily. Not necessarily. So I was saying, how am I going to change this? I guess I'll say if it's empty by the time we get to the bottom, then we add all of them. Right? Because then that means we're in the middle of the ocean. Okay, if we haven't generated any fall-off sides, we are in the middle of the ocean, so return all of them. And then I'll do a guard up here. World chunk height map, adjusted y coord, adjusted x coordinates. If this is not equal to 0, return empty array. Okay. Let's see how that works. I think this is, I feel decently confident in this. I'm quite tired this evening, though. I might not do as long a stream tonight. Or maybe I'll do a drinky stream. I'm feeling some wine. Okay, let's open the map up and pop out here. Interesting. Okay, so yeah, that's not right. That is not what I'm looking for. Okay, what did we do wrong? None of the coastlines are right. And then we've got random ass coastlines. Okay, so what are we saying? If this chunk, what was here before? Oh, okay, that makes more sense there. Okay, let's do that. Does that make it any better? Okay, now this is it. This is it. I really hope it's this easy. It's kind of opposite. It's opposite, isn't it? They're all opposite. The logic is actually okay. We just need to flip it upside down, I think. Although, what's going to happen there? What was this one? What did that one generate? What chunk is that? That is 3-0? What is 3-0? Three zero is black. Okay, so that. Okay, yeah. Okay, so let's flip everything. Okay, so if adjusted y coordinate equals 0, or the one to the left, y minus 1. at the current x. Yeah, this is top. Y minus 1 is top. Yeah, so either if we're already at the top, which is 0, or the 1 to the top is not equal to 0. Yeah, and so this is from the perspective of an ocean chunk. This is from the perspective of an ocean chunk. If the one I want to apply a top fall off. Yeah, let's just... I mean, I know it's right. I don't necessarily need to understand it. I don't need to understand it. There we go. Okay. Top left, that'll be, is the opposite of top left. Let's see, if I want top left, then I want bottom right. Top right, bottom left. Bottom left, top right, yeah. Bottom right, top left. Okay. Hell yeah. Now this, I think there's going to be an issue with my border mountains. I'm going to need to reblend those, I believe. Yeah, because I think there's specific, I'm going to have to change that whole transforms map. If I'm not mistaken. Okay, that's a bit bad. Oh no, we need to do all but. The opposite is all but. Oh, these look okay. Wait a second. So what is this chunk? This is 1, negative 2. One, negative 2. Wait, what? Or is it negative 1, 2? Or is it 2? Wait, what? What fucking chunk was that? Hang on. What chunk is this? X is 2, Y is 1. Okay, so that is an ocean chunk, and it should have... If I have one to... Oh, shit. Well, at least we get right up next to the coastline. Yeah, so the logic for this is going to change. Oh, this is going to be harder than I thought. Yeah, that's not exactly right, is it? Oh, oh dear. Oh dear. Okay, so if I'm doing that, and I have here this one, the logic is normally I have a fall off side on the bottom, the right, and the bottom right. It should actually be the opposite. Probably only have a fall off on the bottom right. This chunk is correct-ish, I think. So I guess the reason I don't like this, now that I'm thinking about it, is this would actually be a... This is a black chunk. And that means it's an ocean chunk, and it also means it doesn't belong to any biome. Yeah, I don't like that. And so 3, that's chunk 3, 1. 3, 1. Yeah, so it's like that chunk doesn't have a home. Okay, so now I want to undo it all now. I don't like it anymore. Now that I think about it like that. It would make more sense to just make my fall-offs less harsh, so that therefore the chunk doesn't lose so much of its area. Okay, yeah, so we're not going to do that. We're not going to do that. But we have our our zone border entrances. I don't know what to do with my hands now. I mean, I probably should refactor. I don't know if I feel like doing that on stream, though. Because that's just going to be fucking horribly boring. Maybe I should try to do, like, either fix the seams, perhaps, on the fall-off map. I don't even know what I'm going to do for that, though. What would I do? Well, how would I fix those? How would I even fix those? That actually goes down, which is interesting. Yeah, the corner. The corners do not meet. Yeah, I think it's actually specifically a corner chunk issue. A single, what is this one? Left top, top left bottom, and then what is this one? Top left. Yeah, so it's just when it's just one quadrant. Ooh, and this one? Yeah, it's when it's, and what is it? This one would be bottom left. Bottom right actually looks... Bottom right looks correct, and it's because it's right. Right is just overtaking the bottom right. And yeah, this would be bottom right. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so it's less of an issue than I thought. Yeah, I guess let me look at my code for generating those then, and that would be in the fall-off generator, if I'm not mistaken. This code was actually very difficult to figure out, I feel. Handle ordinal fall-off. Yeah. And what logic am I using here? Generate fall-off map. I handle the ordinal fall-off. Now let me not use the curve. Let me turn that off. I want to turn that off. I want the pure, the raw, the unadulterated chunk. That's what I want. And this is actually just for adding, right? 'Cause I don't... Oh, dear. Okay. So those are quite the borders there. Okay, so it's actually still very much an issue. Now let me look at the corner down here. Is that an issue? It does kind of seem to be a bit of an issue. What does this one have on it? Bottom right, bottom left, bottom right. So that should be. What is this one? Yeah, okay, so it's definitely... Now these ones don't seem to line up properly. Do they do that up here? How scandalous. But they looked very good when I was applying the curve. So is that just a non-curve issue, or is the issue just so small? Is the issue just so small that you can't see it? Okay, so we know that one's an issue. Let me look here. Do I see a seam? Oh, I mean, it's so tiny. I might have to teleport up there. Okay, let me see these seams. Yeah, they're like barely there. I wonder... Do I want to fix that? Do I want to fix this right now? Everything else looks good except for the way the fall off. Now let me look at the seams for down here. Yeah, those definitely don't match up. Let's look at just some regular... Yeah, the fall off seams don't match up very well. And why is that? It's like the final pixel, the final vertex. Is just slightly off. I don't know, like that one's interesting because it just goes flat. And then these ones are so small, you can barely see them. You can barely see those. Let me look here. What would cause that? So I'm doing a max here between the original value and the ordinal fall off. So whichever one is higher takes precedence. Okay. And what do we do for the cardinal fall off? We just do a max between the two. If fall off sides contains top left, just the enum, right? Yeah. Percent from target corner is the maximum between either what it already is or so we clamp from 0 to 1. It contains top left. Why do we subtract the opposite here? Why was I doing that? Why was I subtracting here? I'm just gonna like take these out and see what happens. And maybe that'll let me know why I put them here. Why was I subtracting there? That is not clear. Okay. Okay then. You are supposed to have no fall off sides, okay. What is wrong here? What is wrong? God, every single one broke from that. Okay, so I was clearly doing that for a reason. Why we're subtracting the opposite? We take the top fall off value, which is top and left, and then we subtract bottom and right. Okay, yeah, no, that makes sense. That makes sense. I know why we're doing that now. This really shouldn't. This is really top and left fall off value. Rather than top left. I wonder if rather than doing a max, what if I did an average? Average? No. Hey, Hey, Falliner, how you doing, mate? It was nice to meet you last evening. I am currently, I hope you had a good rest of your stream, by the way. I'm currently trying to look into my, I'm showing my underwear a little bit here, with some of these seams. And I'm trying to figure out the math for how to connect them better. So, I'm applying a fall-off map to these chunks. Let me explain a little bit about what's going on. So I have this map here. This is like a procedurally generated biome map here. I kind of cross-referenced it with a Voronoi shader, and that's what gave me the ocean. So the black is the ocean. And each color would be like a different biome or a different zone. And so I apply fall-offs to the coastline tiles, and then I subtract them, and then I add them for the zone borders. And so if I were to, let me zoom in a little bit here. If I were to fly up and out of here, each one of these squares is a chunk. It is a terrain chunk. And so this green section is going to be here, and you see it connects like right up here. That's like this area. And then this little red splotch would be this area here. And then the blue would be up here a little bit. And the white ones are what I've decided to be the entrances into each zone. And so that's where I don't have mountains applied there. So that, I think this one probably, is it that one? Maybe this one? There we go. Is zone entrance chunk right there. So that kind of deleted the mountains on that pixel right there. So yeah, we got that all working pretty good. Pretty good. But yeah, a little bit of underwear showing. I was going to see if there was an easy way to solve that. And it's happening for my coastline ones too, right there. And I'm kind of wondering like how much I should do this, because like you can see it's very square, right? And that makes sense because these are square pixels. And the noise that's generated for the biomes is it's very square, right? Because this is just a this is an image that's 128 by 128 pixels, which is actually fucking massive, right? Like you kind of lose sense of it when I zoom all the way out here. But like, let me just run across this this zone that we're in, right? That's where I'm at right there. So I'm just gonna run over to the ocean. Procgen is so cool. I think so as well. I think it's cool. I didn't know anything about it about a year and a half ago. Or Unreal Engine, or C++, for that matter. Yeah, but here's our coastline, and then let's run all the way up over here, and we'll see how long this takes. So it's actually quite large. Looking over to the border on that side, and that side, it's gonna take us a while. So these are, my map is probably too big. It's probably too big. Chop a tree on our way over there. These are also procedurally chopping the tree. You notice there, I can put a chop wherever the, oh, does it not swing when I jump anymore? No, it doesn't. Interesting. I recently changed the weapon swing animation system. But yeah, it actually chops right where the axe makes contact with it. And they're actually static meshes, and I edit them at runtime. And using the dynamic mesh component, geometry script, you can edit the vertices of static meshes, essentially, is what that means. Okay, here's my swimming in the game. It's ready to ship. But yeah, it's a big zone, and I'm not even halfway through, maybe. It's quite large. The cursor, I think the cursor is a little bit off. It should probably be like up and to the left about the half height and width. But yeah, I was kind of thinking like this, because it looks so square, I was kind of thinking maybe rather than doing like a per chunk, because essentially what the logic is here is like whatever pixel is on the edge, like if it has a neighboring pixel that's a different color, I apply a border side to it, and that's, I use top right means to the top, and the top right, these two are different colors than this one on the map. And so that's why it has a border side on the top. Where did that go? There it is. And I'm wondering, like, that's why it looks so square, right? And I'm wondering, like, to make it look less computer generated and more realistic, if what I should do is kind of randomly generate some splines along the borders here. I think the map can probably still be the same, and perhaps the chunks that have borders on them can be the same, but rather than just applying the same fall off map, I could have like a bit of a dynamic fall off map where it's because what I'm just doing is calculating. This is a pretty straight fall. I have a curve that I apply to it to make it look a little smoother, but I essentially just look at each vertex in this chunk, and I say, how far are you from the other side? What percentage are you from the other side? And then I come up with a number in between 0 and 1 for how far it is away from the other side. And I just do that all the way across, and it creates a nice flat fall-off map, which, yeah, that's why it ends up looking quite computer-generated, quite square. Can't really tell when you're up close that much. So it's not like a huge deal, but it would be nice to get these to be a little more differenter. And so I'm wondering, like, do I fix this issue with the seams here now for what I'm doing? Or should I try to transition to a more dynamic approach for my fall-offs? That's what I'm debating right now. And calculating the fall-offs, this is some of the code. This is some of the code where I do that, and it's been a bit since I've written it. It's been a couple weeks, I think. So I don't remember exactly why I did everything, so it may be hard to update to do something more dynamic. But I think the payoff would be really cool, and I think I need to do spline stuff in the future anyway for rivers. Definitely want to do some rivers on the map. I also had an idea to do like tectonic plates. I think would actually be kind of cool as well. And I think I could probably like draw a tectonic plate roughly. Like there would be one here in kind of this black area. There would probably be another one here. You know, each kind of like it would define continents essentially. And then volcanoes are more likely to pop up where tectonic plates rub against each other. Same with mountains. And so that could be how I procedurally generate some volcanoes. And possibly some mountain ranges, right? That could influence the zone borders as well. If I were to do some tectonic plate type action. Like I'm picturing one like here, this would kind of be like an ovalish one. There'd be one here, like maybe one like that, like that. Yeah, and then I would essentially just use those to be like, okay, raise the altitude a little bit in those areas. And actually, let me turn on the altitude map, because I'm just using the flat one now for debugging. But I'll turn on the one that actually has altitude on it, and so these pixels, instead of just being bright, you know, red, yellow, green, RGB type colors, they're going to be shaded, and so they're actually going to have the noise from my Voronoi shader. So there you go, there you go. And so that comes from, let me show you here. Would it be? It would be this one. So this is the noise I generate from from this, right? I just sample a location, an offset, a seeded offset from this, and then I get this, and then yeah, and I guess my biome 1 only exists in memory, so I can't show you that. But then I lay the biomes on top of that and combine the color values, and then I get this. And then for each chunk, each pixel on this map represents, you can see it at the top. It says mouse chunk chord -9, 13. Well, let me look at the one that the player's on here. So I'm somewhere probably around, yeah, mouse chunk chord 0, 0. Right, altitude 15, color green. So if I click on that chunk, is that one? I'm like right on the corner of one. There we go. Yeah, so this one says it's 0, 0 right here. And so that's anytime a chunk spawns, like say this one is 1, 0. The one right above 0, 0 is right next to a black pixel. So it knows I need to generate a fall off, or subtract a fall off, from the that would be the bottom right, would be what it is, and so that's how we get all that. Same with the borders and everything. The scale is absolutely massive. I think I did it too big. I think it might be too big. Yeah, we can go, and it's cool because I got like a little. I'll go teleport over here. I can just click on the map and it'll teleport my character over there. So right now it's generating all those chunks and stuff. And so in a hot second, yeah, we'll just plop right back down. And we'll stick the landing perfectly. So now we're all the way over here. And I can kind of pop out, zoom way the hell up. And so this is the green territory. This green territory actually it has a little pass right here. But because it's only one pixel, it's just got the borders like basically like that. And so this area up here is actually this area right there. Then I've got the entrance right there, that white pixel, or this red area. This green area would have an entrance into the yellow area, which kind of, I guess, curls around like that. And then the blue, this would be the blue right here. Blue. And so you can kind of see, it's almost like a maze if you zoom far enough out, right? And it actually looks like there might be a blocking, if I follow this mountain range, it goes all the way across. So it kind of like separates the world a little bit there. Is this map generation unique per game or per user? Falleneer, I'm so glad you asked. Give me a number, a 1 to 7 digit number. It can be any number in between 0 and whatever 7 digits of 9 is. Falleneer, give me that. Give me that number. I need your seed, Falleneer. I need it. Elliot, 420, 69, 69. I was already on 420, so I will just add a double 69 for you. And let's check it out. Dr. Elliot, I will do yours next. That looks like a phone number, though. Is that a phone? No, it's not. It's not a phone number. Oh, it's a bad seed, Falleneer. Oh dear, it's a bad seed. Bad seed. Sorry, mate. That's 8 digits. Oh. Yeah. So one of the things I'll have to do here is make sure that there's enough land, and that the player actually spawns on land. But let's go teleport somewhere. We'll check out this like skinny area over here, up top here. All water. Yeah, this is, you are now, was it Kevin Costner who was in Waterworld? Who was that? Or was that Mel Gibson? I forget. Don't hate me. So if I pop out, this will be what this island up here looks like. So this will be the red area right here. And the green area right there, blue down here, over there. Let's go check somewhere. There seems to be a nice little bay over here that could be interesting to check out. Another thing I was working on yesterday was making sure that there's not biomes that are too small. So I actually have like a minimum biome area set, and an area is one of the parameters you see at the top of the map. And what was happening was like, especially for maps like these, like little areas like this would be too small, and so I've added them to their neighboring biomes. Let's go check out an area down here. And Unreal Engine is using 41 gigs of memory right now to do this. So yeah. Okay, let's pop out, take a little peek around here. Oh no, I clicked somewhere else again. Nuts. Oh, nuts. Okay, let's go back, Okay, 44 gigs and counting. We might crash. I have crashed my video card a couple different times. It has ran out of, my video card has ran out of memory trying to calculate some things. Okay, I am just at the bottom of the ocean now. Let's go back. I want to go back to that area I was just in. Unreal drinking the RAM, yeah, while I drink the Kool-Aid. That's why they call it Unreal, actually. That is why they call it Unreal. Okay, I may need to restart the engine so it frees up some RAM. Now play with 2 players, yeah. My computer is struggling, yeah. I'm just going to restart here, and we'll try out Dr. Elliot's seed. Yeah, it was chugging along. Should probably make OBS like, you can like set it as like priority or whatever. Should probably do that, but you know, I think my community and my viewers appreciate the rustic, down-to-earth, lo-fi vibe I have going, where everything is just slightly scuffed. Okay, we just succeeded. So that'll pop up here in a second. And let me grab Dr. Elliot. I'll grab yours. I think 7 is the max number of digits, but we'll see. My OBS is packed. Yeah, you had a lot going on in your stream. I like the little pop-up follows you had that popped up like on your desktop. That was pretty cool. And you could like close them and stuff. Yeah, you don't realize it when the project like whether it's Unreal or OBS, you just like steadily add to it, and then it's like when you go to something fresh, it's like when you unclog your ears. You know, you pop your ear and you're like, oh my god, I can actually hear. Like this is what actually hearing is. But I guess I can do eight digits here. Okay, Dr. Elliot, we'll see if this is a bad seed. Oh, it's a bad seed. Bad seed. Sorry, mate. Bad seed. Stand up. Okay, I want to go over here. This is we got a big inland lake. I want to check this out here. It may be a lake. It may just be a big bay. I can't tell if those are black or not. Yeah, I don't have any PCG over here. I've limited the bounds of the PCG stuff, so let me pop out. Oh, there's a tiny, tiny land bridge here. Look at this formation. There's a tiny, tiny land bridge on either side. And so you can do terraforming in the game. Like I have a pickaxe that deforms the terrain. Ignore my edge of the map. My edge of the map. I don't even know what to call this. It's dirty laundry is what that is. But like the player could actually like you know, break through that and connect these bodies of water. But yeah, that's what that looks like. Yeah, it could be a good choke point, right? Because I'm wanting to add some very RimWorld like you know, colony simulator features and have is that black? No, it's not. It's apparently red. You wouldn't guess it. Yeah, I want to have like players build bases and be able to be attacked and raided and stuff. So picking an area like that could be very beneficial, or maybe picking like an area up here could be very beneficial to protecting the seas or protecting, you know, having a choke point, things like that. Could be very interesting, those kinds of choke points. So here's this. This could be really cool. Like especially if I develop some sort of like naval trade, like you could control, you know, put a tower on this side, put a tower on that side, and kind of control these waters, you know. Like the stepstones. Like the sea snake controls the stepstones. Who's been watching House of the Dragons? Who's been watching that? Yeah, that's about how far that is. I would say survival light. I think there's like way too many goddamn survival games out right now. I want to go more RPG, less survival, but you know, I definitely do love games like Valheim. And so you'll recognize something like this from Valheim. And that is exact. This took me 2 weeks to make this animation, and it looks like shit. So yeah, that's the terrain, and yeah, that's just what that looks like. And then yeah, the player can build. I don't have a whole lot going yet, just some simple structures. It requires build support. Interesting that it let me place it there. Oh yeah, because it connects to the two other ones. But yeah, it's going to be a little bit of colony sim. May not be able to build a wall there. There we go. Uh-oh. Yeah. There we go. Something like that. I want an RPG, third-person RPG, colony sim, roguelike is what I'm aiming for. I think 3 of my favorite genres. I've always wanted to play together, and I don't think there's a game out there that's like that. This is going to be our little coastal peninsula house here. Ah, yes. I guess this wall is technically not connected to the foundation because there's this land here. Let me actually, I can just get rid of that. I can just get rid of that. Can I? There we go. Okay. Get rid of that right there too. Okay, my aiming is really bad. Get this land out of my house. Taking out the trash here. There we go. There we go. Nice and nice. Just how we like it. Boom. Oh, perfect. Okay. Get some stairs going here. And ceilings don't work because I was messing around with the building system. And yeah, I can't. That doesn't work either. So I have to place it outside. You eat outside. We eat outside now. And I have to find like perfectly fucking flat land for this to go on. Okay, I can. My goodness, I need to work on this some more. Okay, we're not going to be able to eat. That's fine. We can still sit. There you go. We can sit right there. I've lived in houses where that rule is true. Ceilings don't work. Yeah, ceilings didn't work in my college house. And walls were merely a suggestion, I think, as well. Yeah, so there's that area. And I can also do some other kind of cool noise things. So this is kind of, take note of like how big these are. So like this blue one I think is maybe the biggest one. Oh no, this yellow one is pretty big. This is 259 chunks is the biggest one, I think. 234. So there's some biomes there that are 200 plus. And so some other settings that I can do is I can change the number of cells. So if I change this to like 1,000, it's going to generate 1,000 cells, and then each cell is going to get a random color, so it's going to end up connecting quite a few of them if they're the same color. So same map, a little bit different. So that red area 129 now, the green area 164, this blue area right at 200. That might be the max there. 173, 153, and so we can make them really big as well. Rather than 1,000, let's just do 100. Something quite extreme here. And then these will be massive, massive zones. There you go. So this is like 425. Big zones. Let's go over here. Uh-oh. I forgot, I can't teleport when I'm ragdolled, because the controller, like, somehow fucks everything up. So I think it's trying to teleport me back right now. Okay, stream is getting sketchy. There we go. Okay, and we're back. And we're back. I think it just did like a huge garbage collection, because now I'm only using 4 gigs of memory here. Let's try that again. I'm gonna have to stop that before my video card dies. Yeah, I could do some better memory management of the, I think it's a lot of it has to do with how aggressively Unreal Engine caches with the PCG stuff. And I use PCG for spawning all like the trees and the foliage and stuff. It's a really powerful system, but it's very resource intensive for development. So I think that's probably most of where the memory is coming from. My terrain chunks I don't think are properly being released from memory in all scenarios. So there's a little bit of work to do there as well. And then I can also change settings like, let's see here, endless terrain. I'm just going to pick a random seed now. Random seed, and then let's change, rather than large cells, let's go 1,000. And then I also have, what do I have? It's called, what is it called? What is it called? Minimum biome area. So let's just say there's no minimum biome area. So this isn't going to merge any biomes together. Any different colored biomes together. We'll see how small some are. Okay, so this is a bad seed. Yeah, there's some really small. That's a 13 area. Look at this red one. It's just a straight line. Just a straight line. And then there's all these ones on the coastlines that got cut off by the black that are very small as well. So that's kind of what happens when I don't. It's almost like a leak code problem algorithm that I do. I say bad seed when you spawn into water. It's something I need to fix. I guess technically. This one was close enough to land to where it still spawned. But I do have some code running that says, like, if 00 is an ocean chunk, run the algorithm again and try to find a new map. But it only does that so many times. But there's definitely a better way for me to try and do that. No, yeah. The generation isn't bad, just something I need to... The map just needs to be shifted a little bit, perhaps, or, you know, just a new one needs to be generated, something like that. So yeah, minimum biome area. I've done anything from like 12 to 20. 12 is kind of small, though, depending on how many chunks border it. So something like 20 seems to be pretty okay. Would you just have the player relocate to another part of the map and not redraw the map itself? So what I want is for the player to start in 00 so that they can explore outwards, and like the farther you get away from 00, you know, the harder it would get, or something like that. So I always want them to spawn in 00. I don't just want them to spawn at, you know, the closest land to 00. But to your point, redraw the map. Like, yeah, I do redraw the map. I just pull from another random stream when that happens. Where is that at? Yeah, so here's where is valid spawn pixel, right? That's the code that I have so far. Right, this is like the amount of black and white. So if it's 0, it's all black. And so I'm saying anything above, 0.1, I can probably reliably consider being an ocean tile, or not being an ocean tile, but then I do a lot of things where I clean up dangling chunks and stuff like that, so that's why the player may still spawn sometimes in the ocean. Because there's actually a value that is non-black, but I've changed it to black because I've done some kind of post-processing on it, so yeah, just some more work to do there to account for that kind of stuff. I also want to make sure there's enough land on each map as well. Let's go check out this area. Uh-oh. Did I do the thing? I did the thing. Ugh, I need to remember to not be ragdolled when I teleport. The ragdoll is a function that came from the ALS plugin, the Advanced Locomotion Systems. And it's kind of bad sometimes, just standing up. I'll get like trapped underneath a chunk or something like that, so I need to make some changes to it to work a little bit better. And then yeah, I can't teleport while I'm ragdolled. I also do some fun, why don't I show this too? I also do some fun, I'll spawn stuff now. Here's my game mode. Spawn mobs, yes. I have some AI generated quests that are fun. New seed, okay, that's great. This is going to be a great seed. This is the greatest seed. No one has a better seed than me. There we go. Alright, we're on land. So let's pop out and take a look here. Okay, here's our, so we're a bit landlocked, or entrance locked. So we spawned into in a biome, this green one here, that's this. It only has one entrance into another biome that also only has one entrance. So the player's gonna have to get creative. I also want to do some different kinds of entrances where I want to do like 3D Perlin worm tunnels, so maybe there's a tunnel between some areas as well. Yeah, let's go find a colonist, or rather maybe a wolf. There's a colonist over there. See if I can snipe this wolf. Oh, I missed him. We got two wolves now. Ding. Level 2. Okay, let's go talk to this guy. So I am Lachlan Earthscarred. I am a 26-year-old male human hunter. I am optimistic and pessimistic at the same time. Don't look into that any further. Lachlan's childhood was spent exploring the vast forests surrounding his village. My village. Owning my hunting skills and developing a deep respect for nature. As a skilled hunter, I am constantly battling my inner demons, torn between my optimistic belief in the good of the world and the harsh realities that I face daily. So that is my randomly picked AI-generated personality, and I'm going to talk to and generate a quest from Wilman Starlight, a 25-year-old male human rogue whose personality traits are cautious and none. No, we all know someone who's got the none personality trait, right? We all got that friend. Wilman's past is shrouded in mystery, with little known about his early life and upbringing. He operates in the shadows, a master of stealth and deception, always staying one step ahead of danger. Okay, so I think the quest is done generating. So what that was doing, it just sent off a API request to the Gemini AI API, and I asked for a quest for these personalities. Between these two personalities, and I gave it a bunch of information about everything that was spawned in my game. I think I dumped my entire item database and mob database to it as well, which is just a few things, but it'll grow. Wilman says, I've heard whispers of a hidden cache belonging to a reclusive alchemist named Eldrin, deep within the Whispering Woods. Find that cache and bring me anything of value you find within. Wilmot Starlight wants me to find a hidden cache in the Whispering Woods. It belonged to an alchemist named Eldrin. What's in it for me? You'll be handsomely rewarded, of course, and who knows what other secrets you might uncover out there. Forbidden magic sounds dangerous. What more do you know? Not much, just rumors. That's why I need someone to go and check it out. So I'll say, sounds intriguing. I'll see what I can find. Take care, Laughlin. The forest holds many secrets. Yes. So yeah, it's a cool little thing that I'm working on as well. It's really just a bunch of disjoint systems that don't work particularly well. See if we can save this guy from the wolf here. Oh no, he just got burged right there. There we go. Okay. Let's do one more quest. Here's a guy. Oh, he's getting attacked as well. He's gonna die, isn't he? No, we can save him. Let's give him a little heal. There you go. This wolf. Okay, Kit Highgate. Kit Highgate. What are you, Kit? You are a 27-year-old male halfling druid who is hostile and honest. Kit was raised on tales of mythical creatures and daring adventures. He yearned to escape the confines of his small town and explore the world beyond. As a druid, Kit wanders the wilds, seeking knowledge and understanding. His hostile exterior masks his deep connection to nature. So I think we're still generating. I'm seeing the response coming back here. The Blight Eater. Ooh. Sounds interesting. But yeah, one thing I wanted to do, now that I have these biomes like defined, I can actually send to the AI, I can like generate a name for the biome, and then I can send that biome name as a part of the quest payload. I'm gonna have to look at the, because my UI sucks and doesn't work for a quest that large. I'm gonna have to copy. Oh my god, I got so much. Oh my dear, that's a big quest. Okay, I might have gotten a chain quest here actually. Where's my other? Where's my? Oh, there it is. I have a JSON editor here, so I'm just gonna need to go through and delete this into submission a little bit. Yes, get rid of that. Yeah. Okay. What did I get? What did I get here? I think I got 2 quests, so this is gonna be a chain quest. And I'll read the quest text just because I can't read it in game. The earth is sick. A blight creeps through the Whisperwood, twisting roots and choking the life from the land. It emanates from a creature of rot and ruin, a monstrosity known as the Blight Eater. Venture into the Whisperwood and find the Heartwood Glade. The ancient oak there still stands, untouched by the blight. It whispers secrets of the forest. Listen to its wisdom, hunter. It may reveal the Blight Eater's lair. And so in this objectives array, explore Heartwood Glade, and it gave me a location. And then it's going to spawn in my things to spawn array a rock mesh, and name it Ancient Oak. not quite a tree, but it's going to be probably at that same location. So that's what I'll need to go do. I don't actually have that working yet. But, do you know anything else about this Blight Eater? It is a creature born of decay and thrives on the suffering of nature. Only by understanding its hunger can we hope to stop it. How can I find this Ancient Oak? Seek the heart of the glade, where the Blight's touch is weakest. The oak stands as a beacon of resilience against the encroaching demons. What will happen if the Blight isn't stopped? The Whisperwood will wither and die, its lifeblood drained by the Blight Eater's insatiable hunger. The consequences will ripple outwards, poisoning the land for generations to come. I'll do it. So yeah, maybe I can generate some random biome names here. Or maybe I should work on some different biomes, because right now I really only have like 2. I have this like forest biome, which looks pretty good, right? And then I have like a shitty meadow biome somewhere. Let's see if any. I think it's I think cyan. Where is my person? Yeah, so I think cyan. If I go to my right here, can I see the meadow? Nope, nope, nope. Okay, and that's where it ends, right there. Still just forest on all sides. Sick. Yeah, we just got forest on all sides. Okay, cool, cool. Never mind. But yeah, so maybe I want to... I have some biome definitions built out. My forest, call this my mountain to rename them all. My desert, and there was actually a pack on the marketplace, a free monthly pack that had some nice assets that I was hoping to use. And this one is my meadow, and this one is forest again. So I have 2 different forests. And yeah, maybe that'll be okay. I can just use some different assets and stuff. But another thing I want to do, because the terrain is all the same for now. So what I was hoping to get into was actually making the terrain different in each zone, because right now it's just all the same noise. And I can change the parameters, and I would love to change the material as well. So I'm kind of at a precipice here for what I want to do next. And yeah, I was also looking into fixing the seams as well. Yeah, and all these are just desert, forest, meadow, mountain. Don't know that because I want to get some like assets together and stuff that I'm planning to use before I start preparing biomes on stream, because otherwise it's just going to be me looking through assets for a while, and it's not exactly entertaining. And yeah, it's not going to exactly be... It's going to be kind of hard to do the PCG stuff if I don't have the noise set for these different zones. So maybe I should look into blending noise together, or doing what I was saying with the procedural spline biome things, because right now I'm just doing, oh god, I'm gonna have to rewrite everything pretty much. I am glad I got this working like it is. Yeah, maybe I should think about that. What does it want? What does this game want right now? What is it telling me? What does it want? I think it wants me to fix all the random janky shit that doesn't work. Like some of the building and stuff, but oh my god, I hate quaternions, and I don't want to do the building stuff, because the stuff that I left broken was all rotational stuff. Oh, I don't want to do that. Yeah, I think maybe I should continue looking into the fall-off stuff. So I think figuring out how to blend these together better will give me some insight on how to blend different noises and potentially come up with blends that don't just start and end on particular chunks, and that they can be blended by an arbitrary edge, which would be really nice, right? Because it would prevent my world from looking so square. I don't understand quads either. Who fucking does? I don't even think the guy... I think the guy who made them called them a necessary evil. So that just tells you all you need to know. Yeah, so what was I... Yeah, I was looking on at how the fall-off map is... The math is happening. How did I do this? Yeah, that's the cardinal directional fall-off. Okay, and then this is the ordinal directional fall. And so, yeah, the corner or the ordinal fall-offs were the ones that looked the most wrong. The cardinal directional fall-offs were actually barely, they were just itty-bitty. They were just a tiny bit off. They were like a nose hair off. Just still something I want to fix. But yeah, I have a bottom and right, and then I like subtract the opposite, which is top and left. But why are the... I'm doing percent from corner, so I'm just getting the max between what this already was, which could be top left, could be... I don't think that is making a difference. Because the corners, like, they get flat, and this happens when there's only one fall-off side applied, or one fall-off corner applied. So I don't think the max is doing anything derogatory here. I am taking the bottom right fall-off and subtracting the top left, and so MS Paint time. Okay. And so we have a chunk. It's nice and chunky. And so what I do to get a fall off just in one corner, this will be like a top left fall off, is I get a left fall off and a right fall off, and then I subtract a right bottom fall off. I subtract those two. And then that just gives me this. But, not that. But it's like the pixels here are flat. They don't blend to the chunks that are next door. Properly. I'm pretty sure what is, and so how I'm calculating, I guess it'll come down to how I'm calculating the cardinal fall-offs. Handle cardinal fall-off, yeah, what's the math here? Percent from opposite edge. Okay, so what am I doing here to calculate that? Y distance to opposite edge, if is in bottom, that's just Y. Because this is in a 2D array, so my Y index is the distance away. If is on bottom, what is on bottom? If Y is greater than or equal to, yeah. So if I'm in the bottom half, then the distance to the opposite edge was just Y. That makes sense. That makes sense, okay. Otherwise, size minus Y, and that would be because if I'm not on the bottom half, I would be on the top half, and I would have a number that's less than half of the size. Right, and then size would be the bottom, and I'm up here, so if I just subtract those two, I get the distance between the two. Okay, that makes sense to me. I'm remembering now. But if fall-off sides doesn't contain bottom, and it does contain top, and I'm in the bottom, do that, and I'm in the bottom, if I'm on a pixel that is in the bottom, or a vertex that is in the bottom, I switch it, I flip it, basically. I go, because it isn't bottom, I did that. I flip it because of, we want a top fall off, and so I want the distance to the opposite rather than the distance to Wait, why? This seems like extra. This seems like I don't necessarily need this here, I think. Oh, because I use it here, potentially. Well, no, that's if it contains top or bottom. So yeah, I mean, initializing it here doesn't actually do anything, I don't think. Oh, it's a, I wrote a comment, if both top and bottom. That's what this condition is. And if it's only one, then I change it. Interesting. Okay, yeah, that makes sense, I suppose, because I'm doing basically MS Paint time again, so I'm splitting it in half. Splitting it in half, right? Undo. I split it in half, essentially. Let's say I have a top or a bottom. This is top, bottom. For these pixels, or I keep saying pixels, for these vertices, I want their distance to the opposite edge. And for these ones, I want their distance to that edge, if I have both of them. Okay, so that's why I'm doing that. Okay. And again, I feel like there's something to do with like the very last vertex. On the outskirts, the edge vertexes aren't quite right for the ordinal, for the cardinal stuff. They're just barely off. And so when I get max distance from opposite edge equals 0. If I have a top or a bottom, I get the y distance. Right, yeah. And then if I have a left or a right, I take either what I've already set, which is the y distance, or otherwise it'll be the x distance, which will just be the same but flipped. Yeah, and I'm just taking... I wonder how different this would look if instead of just taking the highest fall-off value, doing the max, if I just did like average. How different would that look? But of course you would only want to average if it was non-zero. Otherwise the 0 would just throw things off quite a bit. I don't think things would... I don't think the chunks would match up together. I think that would be even worse than what I have now. Okay, but I have the... then I take that and I divide it by size. Do I need to divide it by size minus 1? Is that what I need to do? Is that why it's just off ever so slightly? That might be what I fucking need. Oh, my kingdom for this to work, to just make this all perfect. Pray for me. Pray for me and my inability to do math live in front of people. Okay, let's see what that looks like. Let's see. Check the seams. Oh, fuck, they're even worse. Oh, nuts. Oh, they're bad still. Oh, I was so hopeful. I was so hopeful. No, I think I have to give away my kingdom. I think it's actually worse. Do I need to add one? Maybe I just add one. I'm just shooting in the dark now. You think I have a Boolean that is wrong? Meet edges is true. Oh yeah, there's that checkbox somewhere deep within the Unreal Engine settings. I just forgot to check that to solve all my problems. Yeah, that's not quite right either. Yeah, that didn't quite do it, did it? Yeah, and then it's wrong on that side, yeah. The checkbox. Yeah, I mean, dude, Unreal Engine has so many things that are like that, where it's just like, hey, nothing is working. Oh, you need to check some obscure box somewhere. Oh. Okay, so neither of those worked. Let me see what I actually pass in for size. What do I do? What is size here? Okay, so size is probably 240. So I think that's how many vertices, that's how many square vertices there are. So 240 by 240 in both directions. And I do height map.num, so yeah, that's 240. Which is interesting. I would think that I would want to subtract 1. Do I? I clamped this from 0 to 1. And then this is just like the number of this really, I say distance, but really what it is the number of vertices away from the opposite side. And so why were the I mean the mystery to me is why are those corners so bad? Like the corners are like worse than just the edges lining up. And that would be the ordinal directions. And if you all didn't know, northeast, southeast, those are ordinal directions. I had to look up that term. That's a new term for me. And I mean, I calculate my corner or ordinal fall-offs by taking the top fall-off and left fall-off, doing a max on them, and then subtracting the bottom. So if I do, it's weird to me that, is there a chunk with a, there's probably not. I don't think there would be a chunk with like a, with two, perpendicular fall-offs applied. I can try and find one, I suppose. I can try and find one. Would that be this? You have right and top. You also have top left and top right. Top and right. Okay, so that would be this direction. Top and right. And then you also have top left and top right, which I think just cancel out, right? So I take a fall-off map like this, which actually looks like it lines up fine. See, like, look, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm fucking talking about. These ones seem to all line up like almost perfectly. There's like a tiny itty bitty seam, there. But if this type of fall, because this is just bottom left, right? That type of fall off is just generated by taking this and subtracting it from the opposite fall off. So, and there's another one that's not bad. So I'm wondering actually, what if that actually goes down? It actually goes down. So hang on, let me first of all, let's turn off the mobs. That was spamming my logs. And where was my curve? Smoothing curve, something like that is what I call it. Here we go. So this is the map I'm using to smooth. I mean that looks, change that to cubic, but it's not really going to change anything, is it? Because it should be at 0.2, everything else. So wait, what happens if I change this to 1? I think my mountains are about to get massive. I have built the wall from Game of Thrones. Just put a cone of ice paint on it and call it a day. Now those are some borders. Yeah, same problem still arises. So it doesn't really have, and I turned off the map before. So that's I said turn off the map. I turned off the curve before. So that's not the issue. What the hell else would... Oh! I see it now. Yeah, because I was doing that. Get that out of here. Wow. Wow. Okay, so I'm still going to have my edge ones are going to be bad. That's what it was. That's what it was. So I say bad. My seams are still going to be showing. But I think those corners are fixed. I'm like 100%. I'm 100% positive, and I've never been wrong before in my life. Yep, and that continues to be true today. So that fixed it. Okay, that fixed my corners. Okay, but now it's literally just the very edge vertices, I think. Yeah, it's kind of a little bit off there. Is this one closer? That one is actually, what do you have? You have a bottom and bottom left, and you have a bottom left. And then what do you have? You have a left bottom and bottom left. So why does this one match up more closer? That one might be, we might be good here. Whoa. Yeah, that one might actually be good. Now, is it? Yeah, this seam might actually be good. It's quite a jarring seam, but it is connected. And I'm wondering if it has to do with sharing fall-off sides. Or maybe just the side that it's on. What is this? This is bottom left. This is bottom left. This is left bottom bottom left. This is bottom and bottom left. So yeah, those like share because that's bottom left, and then this one has it's a bottom left connecting to a left. This is a right top, top left, top right. I wonder if it doesn't matter if that one had bottom left on it. It probably didn't. Probably didn't. Does this one, because it matches up with another one that's just bottom, bottom left, and also bottom right. So does this seem good as well? I think so. So it's really, the seams seem to not match up when they meet a different fall off. A different directional fall off. Okay, let's look at that code again. God, what was I doing here? Okay, so we fixed our corners. Now, is it just ones that have ordinal direction fall-offs that don't match up? Or are there some, I mean, no, I guess not, because like this one and this one don't match. And these only have, I mean, they do have the ordinal directions too, but those are overridden, right? They are overridden. Okay, I want to take a peek at the wireframe here. Ah, okay, so here, hang on. So it's a well-known, it is a well-known that, so I have two different levels of detail for my chunks. So the highest level of detail is 240 by 240 vertices. But when it gets far enough away from the player, it switches into my lower level of detail one. And those are not going to match up, really ever. You can actually see it right there. They don't match up. And it's because there's so many vertices here, and there's only two on the lower one. And there is a way to fix that. To me, it's not a big deal, because the player is always going to be on the lowest level of detail, and you're probably not going to really be able to see those seams. So I'm going to run up on these mountains that we were looking at, so that I can see if they match up, or how close they match up when they're both the same level of detail. Can I even get up there? Can I even get up there? These mountains are doing their job a little too well. Okay, here we go. Here we go. My dude's got calves of steel. Okay, so there. Oop, oop. Okay, so there is actually a tiny itty bitty yellow, no, blue polka dot vertex array. That is mismatched. Just fucking barely, though. Jesus. What on earth would be causing that? What on earth would be causing that? Bottom right, it's definitely not anything to do. It's definitely has to do with how I calculate the cardinal fall-offs. Do I need to subtract 1 from size? It shouldn't. The isn't top, isn't bottom, I don't think would matter. Because that'll just be for like center. It would only be off by 1 in center vertices. So I'm wondering if I need to subtract 1 from size here. Okay, let's try. Oh, I clicked build. Stop that. Okay, we're gonna rebuild. That's fine. That's fine. Do we just need to subtract 1 there? Maybe I'll need to do it here as well. I don't think I would want to do it there, because num is the total number, not necessarily. Yeah. This might be right. This might be right. I'm rocking like a 70% confidence rate here, which is a C. That's passing. C's get degrees, and that comes from someone who never graduated college. So take that for what it's worth. Okay, so let's go to some ones that are farther away, so that they're the same level of detail. I think that was it. Oh, I think that was it. Oh, yes. Okay. C's get degrees. What did I fucking say? Let's fucking go. Oh, that seam is so seamly. That's great. Oh, that's great. Okay, let me check. The lighting isn't great on the edges. That's why there's that hard... the normals don't take into account the triangles that are next door. Let's go up here. I need to check out the coastlines as well. Okay. Coastline time. How are these seams looking? They are a little aggressive on the corner, but that's okay. I just want to make sure that players cannot see through them, and I think we're good. I think we're good. Those are some nice seams. That was a good example right there. Nice. Sick. Okay, we did that. We did that. We fixed it. Actually, I want to look at the biome map for this. Let's see here. Yeah, pull that up. Yeah, so this is a little interesting. So we have this yellow one here that apparently connects there as well. Is that also a yellow chunk? So that's like this little tiny. And then this blue is like here. And then the green, or not green, the cyan was there, dark blue is there. Then the yellow is just going to be all that territory. Okay. Interesting. Okay, so this is committable. I can commit to this. Let's say, okay, fix seams in fall off maps. Easy. Easy. Always remember, subtract 1 from array size, kids. Okay, so now what? I fixed that. Let's get rid of some of these comments. I don't need these anymore. I'm better than them. Oh, there's a puppy dog. Hello. Can I see you? Puppy dog. Hi. Oh, thank you, sweetie. She's a little stinky, but that's okay. It's okay, because you're cute. Yeah, come here. Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you for the kisses. Thank you. Do you want to wave to chat? Do you want to wave to chat? Oh, you almost fell over. You trust me way too much. Oh, come here. Come here. Wave. Hello. Hello. Okay, I'll let you do it. Run along. And she waddled away. Waddle, waddle. What do I want to do next now? I was expecting that to take way longer. Because one of the other things I said I wanted to work on was blending noises together. That's one. And then also not just doing a fall-off map based on the chunk. And so rather than opposite edge here, I could... This is probably where I would want to subtract... Moxie, I don't need your input right now. Unless you know math very well, then I need you. Okay, she stopped talking. I don't think she likes math. But I suppose if I wanted to do splines for my zone borders, like still pass through the same chunks, but just be a little bit more dynamic and not so blocky, not so Minecrafty, squarey, then I suppose this is where I would just subtract from, rather than subtracting from like the opposite edge, which is how I'm generating the fall-offs here, just subtract from the distance to the spline. And so I guess I would need to pass into these functions, such as spline, for it to exist. And I guess I would need to have like a range that spline would affect chunks to determine when to pass it in. MS Paint time again. Okay, we're done with this. We can file new. Yes, no, don't save. Okay, so let's get some chunks here. What are we going to do? We're going to do a big box with lines. So, okay, we're going to draw chunks. And we're big chunk fans in this channel. We're big supporters of chunks. We talk about them quite frequently. I do. And I like square chunks, and I cannot lie. Okay. These are not perfectly square chunks, but that's okay. It doesn't matter what shape or size you are. You will find someone out there that loves you all the same. Okay, so let's draw some colors on these chunks to represent our biome chunks. Okay. We're gonna take a break here in a little bit, but quick bathroom break. I have to go put away some cookies. Okay, here's a biome. Here's a biome. There's a biome. We'll do small biome there. There we go, another biome. Put something like that there. What do we want? Let's do another green one. Like that. Okay, and then, yeah. What are we gonna do? We're gonna do this. Boom. Okay, and another blue one. Another blue one. There we go. Okay, so here's our biomes. This is our biome map. And let's say I have the chunks that are the border chunks, right? So that would be there, and there. I don't do the cardinal directions. So all these ones with ticks would be border chunks. There's a lot of them. I don't necessarily need that many examples, so I'm just going to undo all that so I don't have to later. Let's just do blue and red for now. And so what I do here is like these chunks all become the mountain chunks, and then the seams would have been what I was looking at before would have been right here. Would have been right here. And so rather than let me switch to white here. Rather than just having like the border essentially be something like boom, 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 right down the line, I could rather maybe do like a cubic interpolation. I mean, that's still going to be pretty samey. So if I did more of like a cubic, it'd be like, it would be like that, which is better. It's less square. It's less square. And I guess all I would need for something like that would be to, I wouldn't even need a spline to do something like that. There's an equation I could do where when I do the corners, because rather than doing like if I just took like one chunk, it would essentially look like if I did something like that. Draw that a little bit better. Boom, boom. Oh, this is so. We want curvy edges, right? And so I guess I could just make a very circular fall-off map. So maybe it would actually end up being something like. Although I don't know, because this one would need to do it as well. It would actually end up being something like. Something like that. And then this would be a mountain. That's what it would end up looking like if I did more of a circular fall off map. And I did like rather than distance from opposite edge. There's some sort of equation I could do. I'm not going to think about that right now, but there's something I could do there. But this would look very samey as well. And so if I just did like a, so we have like here, 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 and here as like, these are like the shared vertex corners, we'll say. Now if I just move these over in random directions, and did interpolation between them, is like the spline does the cubic interpolation, if I'm not mistaken. It would go from looking like something like, let's do black, it would go from boom, 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 to looking something more like, and so that's a much more different, that's a more differenter, and we like more differenter here. So that would be like the most different, and that could be I would just deterministically generate what direction to offset these points by, and these would be like imaginary duplicated points, right? And then and I guess there would be like a max offset that I would do, because like I wouldn't want to take a point like that and move it, you know, all the way over here. Maybe like a half chunk is like the max. And like maybe I could actually do it by, also I could interpolate or have some sort of equation for like larger biomes can move, it can move more inward into their chunks. So that way the smaller ones don't get eaten up by, like this one right here, this yellow one. Maybe it wouldn't move so far over. Maybe the maximum movement would be like from here, you know, in there. Whereas like this red one, you know, it's pretty big. So maybe I could move the whole mountain over. Conceptually, this makes sense. Where are the confusing parts for me? Where would I get tripped up in this? I think it would be in doing the math for... Yeah, I mean, it's going to be the math, right? It's always the math. And so I'm going to need to pass this spline. And let me actually, I'm just going to type, what is it, like a use spline component, metadata, mesh component. What do I have here? I have PCG spline data. Okay, interesting. Landscape spline. What else do I have? I think probably use spline component is probably what I would want to use here. What are you saying to me? It's never used. I know. Chill. And what do I have access to here? I have duration. What the fuck does that mean? Specifies the duration of the spline in seconds? What? That's like specifying the mental capacity of Americans in pizzas. Like that makes no sense. Those units do not seem to match up. Add point. Okay, that's good. So we know how to build. We would know how to build one. Add point or add points. It contains its input key, position, tangent, rotation, and scale. What would scale change on a spline? And I'll need to check F spline point, F spline point. Ooh, spline curves. What is that? I've never worked with splines in Unreal Engine before, so this is all new to me. Okay, we're not gonna look at curves yet though. Point. What do I have in point? Yeah, the same thing as curve, which is interesting. I suppose, does this extend curve? No, just destruct. Okay. Spline component. What else do I have here? Stationary endpoints. Whether the so okay, there's a concept of traversing a spline. Calc bounds. Update spline. Add spline point. Allow discontinuous spline. Whether the splines leave and arrive tangents can be different. Okay, I want to find some sort of like distance to line or something like that. That would be a really nice function for me. What else? None of this sounds... None of this sounds useful. It's saying at time, so I wonder if I have to... I'm assuming time is how far along the spline we are. And I know I said that didn't make sense before. Get spline point at... Oh, that's just a point index. So yeah, I have to find like... If I have just a point in space, how do I get the closest time on a spline? So, okay, new MS Paint. Can we just do it in the same one? Let's just do it in the same one. So if I have a spline, here's a spline, right? We've got a point there, we got a point here, we got a point here, we got a point there. And so this is going to be on a chunk. It's gonna be somewhere on a chunk. Okay, and if I just, this chunk is going to have vertices. I have to check their distance away from this spline. So if I have this guy right here, I want to check that. That is basically the distance I want. And it's not necessarily always going to be completely horizontal, I don't think. Because like right here, oops, do that in a different color. So for this point right here, closest distance is actually going to be like that direction. For a point right there. So it's not going to be completely horizontal, so it's not like I can just... I mean, I suppose I don't know, that might throw it off. So how would I do that with a spline? Oh god, of course I lost the scroll position I was in. And really, it doesn't necessarily need to be in a 3D space, although I guess by default it would be. But if there's an equation on the internet that I can find, potentially looking up the 2D space version of it would be simpler for me to understand, me and my potato brain. Get direction at spline point. Get world direction at time. And so there was just one that was just like get position at time, right? And get location. That's get location at spline point. There was something like that somewhere. Convert spline to polyline. Given a threshold, returns a list of vertices along the spline that, treated as a list of segments, matches the spline shape. There's an idea. That could be useful. And it gives me an array of points, huh? And I suppose I could just iterate through that to find the nearest one, but I would... Oh, that would be so... suboptimal, right? Because for every vertex in a fucking chunk, which is 58,000 vertices at the highest level of detail, I would iterate through these spline points. That would be bad. That would be a bad. Find location closest to world location. This might be exactly what I'm fucking looking for. It returns the point on the curve. Can I get the time or duration on the curve or something like that? Find direction. Given a location, return a unit direction vector of the spline tangent. Okay, that just doesn't even make sense to me. I'm going to stop reading that now. Convert spline segment to polyline. No, that's more of like what I was seeing before. Find scale, find tangent, find transform. What it was find location. I guess I can find transform as well. Get get distance along spline at location. I think I could use a combination of these actually. Get float property at... What is a float property in this context? Oh, it's metadata. Okay. Get location at distance along spline. Okay, some more potentially useful ones. location at spline input key. Okay. And I suppose I could make, I could go further with, now I really need it to be the time, the duration, whatever the fuck they're calling it. I was going to say, I could just add a bunch more points to the spline and then just rely on those spline points, but then that's essentially just going to be almost the same squareness. I want to do like a get world location at spline point. Divide spline, dude. There's so much here. Good lord, I'm only like a third of the way through the list here. Get distance along spline at spline point. Oh, that's at an index. Okay. Let's narrow this down to the get. Can I get? I can get location at time. Get world location at time. Get distance along spline. So there was one that was like get closest, right? Is that the one I was get? Was I tripping? I saw one in there that it was find closest. Okay. Find direction closest. Find location. Return the point on the curve that is closest to the location. Okay, so let's save that one. That one could be potentially useful. Okay, pass a vector into it just to get it to stop complaining. And then, what is this coordinate space? This is what I wanted to check out here. What is coordinate space? Local or world? Okay. Yeah, it definitely wasn't initialized. You can chill. Closest. What else do I have? Find transform input key. Would input key be the same as like a duration or time or whatever the hell it's talking about? And so I want to get clarification on this one. Does this return a point on the spline, right? So this does a find input key closest to world location. Local location. Okay, transform it into local. Spline curves. So what is spline curves? Maybe I should read the docs. What is this saying to me? It took me to content examples? Oh, okay. It's just telling me to. I don't want to download a whole example project. And so, spline curves. That position. Find nearest. What? Let me go back. F interrupt curve vector. What does this even do? Good lord. Struct name. Okay. Bitwise constructible. Okay, that means nothing to me. Find nearest. Find the nearest point on a spline to the given point. I want to find, I think, the nearest time. Maybe I should search that. Unreal Engine. Find spline. Find location at nearest time. Duration. Throw that word in there as well. So it is find input key closest to world location. Okay. So that is the one I would want to use. I think. And then I just get the location at that time. Worth mentioning that you have to divide return value by number of spline points to get actual time. Interesting, okay. Yeah, and so I guess I would need to... Yeah, another thing is I would now need the world information here. Because this is all just in, like, local coordinates. Coordinates local to the particular chunk that's generating this. Let me remind myself where this is called at. Oh god, it's called in the map display as well. It's kind of annoying. Okay, yeah, we generate the fall-off map in the map generator, and then we generate map data. I think this is in the LOD mesh? No, it's in the terrain chunk. Okay. So I guess, and that already has the center. And so I can use the center to, and the noise data to get the actual location there. So I can get the world data information. Okay. Okay. Okay, now this is becoming clearer in my head as to how I would do this. And so this would return a, what does this return? The float time. And then I would probably input something like input key, get location at spline input key. So maybe I'll just call this input key. And I'm still actually not completely certain, but that's what I want. What time is spline? I don't know. Point versus input key. What is the difference? A spline key input is a bit like an index into the spline. A spline is generally formed from control point knowledge that seems to be the starting point. Increased by 1 per point, so a minimal spline out of 2 points. Function takes a world look and finds the closest point on the selected spline to that location. Yeah, I want to get, so there's 0 and 1. What is, here a spline is drawn in green with 2 points, 0 and 1. And being its control points, a point A is selected. What the function does is find point B on the spline, which is closest to point A. Then it determines the value of the key input at point B. It's possible to specify your own values for key input on the points, so a 4-point spline can go from 0 to 1. Okay, so I think that is what I would want to do, although this might just give me what I want anyway. Get location. Oh, that's exactly what I'm fucking doing. I wrote this and I'm like, yeah, I don't know if this is the function I need. That's exactly what I fucking want. Okay, yeah, that's exactly what I want. This would be like closest spline, I don't want to say point, location. Yeah? Okay, so then we just need to get that spline in there. And so I guess the other thing that would be confusing to me is how to generate these splines. But I am going to take a quick break. I need to go put away my girlfriend's cookies for her and potentially eat one. And then I'm also going to probably go to the bathroom and take my dogs out. So we're going to take a quick 5-minute break. Let me throw the game up on screen just so something pretty is showing while I'm gone. Something prettier than me. There we go. Okay, let's get a pretty little scene. Is there some water around that, there we go. That's a new pretty little scene. Get right up next to this thing here. This is a nice little, there we go. That looks nice. Isn't that nice? Full screen that. Uh-oh, I pressed it twice? No, there we go. Okay. Okay, be right back. Okay, I am back. And look what I have here. Look what I have here. Oh my goodness. Yeah, turn that off. Look at this. Look how good that looks. Oh, and I popped it in the microwave for a little bit, so it's nice and gooey. It's a chocolate chip cookie base, and then it's got marshmallows, graham cracker crumbles, and more chocolate on top. Oh my god, it's so warm right now. I have to let that cool for a sec. It's just gonna fucking disintegrate all over my face if I don't. Okay. Alrighty then. Alrighty then. What's the... There we go. Okay. So we can stop that. And we'll get back to splines. Splines. So yeah, if I have a spline component, that's how I can get the closest spline location to... and so I'll need to convert the X and the Y into the world space. And so what I would want to do for that, I would need, what would I need? Do I already do a conversion like that? Hang on, let me look at my pickaxe. Terrain deform. Okay, scale... I don't think so. Okay, so I have here transform. That's it? Wait a second. Wait a second. Did I move them? Did I move them here? Transform. I have functions somewhere. Are they in terrain chunk? Transform world location to chunk vert. Get vertex transform from world point. Transform world location to chunk vert. And so the thing is, like, I don't have the terrain chunk at the points that I need this information at, but I can still just use the coordinate, the chunk coordinate. Transform world location to chunk vert. Transform chunk vert to world location. So I think I would need to do something like this. Yeah, I think I would want to do something like this. So let me go back off into here. I'm just going to write this down so I don't forget it. This may not be where I want to put this. Fall off generator. This is going to be transform. Transform local chunk vert to world location. Okay, so I need to do something like that, and so that means I need an F vector 2D for chunk coord, the coordinate of the chunk. Chunk position. Chunk coordinate plus chunk position. Okay, so wait a second. I don't need to do that, right? Equals coordinate times yes, 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 times, okay, so I would need that information as well, rather than chunk position. There we go. Coordinates, would I just do times? Take the chunk coordinate and multiply by the number of square chunks and then multiply by scale. I think that would get me, yeah, this chunk's center. And so then after I do that, I think I just plus x plus y. Right? So we would have an N32 for x and N32 for y as well here. X, y, and size is actually, yeah, size would be there. And so would scale. Scale, we would need scale. And do I keep this as a vector too? I mean, if chunk coordinate is going to be a vector too, I suppose so. Yeah, because I don't know what its 3D 3-dizzle, as I like to call it. Yeah, I don't know what its z is going to be at this point. So yeah, we can keep it as f vector 2. I would need it to be in an f vector. To world location. Yeah, let's just do that. The vector 2, what do I call this? Just like, yeah, world. No, we just want that. We don't want all that. Then we would return f vector. I really wish there was just a quick and easy function to do essentially what is this. Like just take world location, just be like dot to vector 3 or something like that. That would be nice. And it just like it automatically assumes you want 0. Or like, yeah, a constructor that takes a vector 2 and it would just automatically assume you wanted 0. That would be really nice. Okay, let me check out my little treat here. Look at that. Oh. It's so warm. It's still very warm. Oh, this is going to burn my mouth, but I don't want to wait. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's so good. Okay, so yeah, let's make this create declaration there. Okay, and so I would need a, oh my god, I got chocolate all over my fingers. Good lord, that is chocolatey. Okay, yeah, the scale, we'll need that here, and I think, is that all I need? The chunk coordinate as well? Ugh, god. I guess I could just pass the world chunk location. Is that what I should do? I'm gonna trace this back to, so we go map generator, right? Yeah, this is where we do the fall off maps. Okay, so, and then I would want to pass something in here. It'd be like, center, remind me again. Oh, that's not the right one that I want. I want this one. And chunk center is chunk position, which I found out was what exactly? What did I find out that was? That is the coordinate times the number of square verts per chunk. So that should be the world location. Maybe I should name that something different. Because then I use that. I add transform chunk vert to world location. I feel like I may have misnamed the chunk coordinate here. It's a vertex world location. Okay. So I would still need to multiply it by scale to get the true the true. Yeah. Although I suppose I can just do chunk.get location, right? Yeah. It's the location of the chunk. I mean, that fucking makes sense, doesn't it? That fucking makes sense, doesn't it? Okay, so here, generate map data. I can just take center, and then I need to, where am I doing it? Center. Let's do F vector 2D world chunk loc equals center times noise data dot scale. Scale, please. Noise. No. Okay, so I don't have scale. The scale is a part of the endless terrain, and not a part of the noise data. Okay. Is it really not? Did I popped it out of there, didn't I? Why did I do that? Why did I do that? Oh, okay. What did I... Do I refactor that now, or do I just press on? Here's the scale that I need. Where's this being used at? It is being used in terrain chunk quite a bit. I mean, I guess it wouldn't be too bad to move it to the noise data. I think that's probably where it originally was. And I think the reason I popped it out is because there's two different scales. There's the scale of the noise, and then there's the scale of the vertices. And I think that's why I wanted to separate them. Okay, so maybe we'll just stick with that. God, it's kind of annoying how much I'm passing into this function. I should just pass the reference to endless terrain. It'll be easier this way. Do I update noise data here? I don't. A endless terrain. Is our endless terrain passed in? Game done yet? Soon, tomorrow, I think. I think tomorrow it will be done. Endless terrain, la 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 la. I should probably just pass it into these ones too. Dr. Elliot, you missed it. I fixed the seams, and I felt like a god for a moment. It was great. Chunk position? That's what I was passing. What the heck? Oh, it's private? Are you private? No, you're public. Not resolve symbol. Chunk position, it's a vector 2D. Do I need to, it's imported. Wait, why isn't that the thing? Oh my god, there's a gnat in here. It wants my cookie. God, I missed it. What couldn't I do that? What did I do here? What was different? It was chunk position. I was passing it in. Wait, why can't I access that now? What the heck? Oh no, it's the terrain chunk. Okay. Okay, so I still need to pass in, like, the chunk position. Okay, hang on, undo that. Undo that. Okay, chunk position. Okay. So now this turns into that. Include that. Good, good, good. Endless terrain, noise data. Okay. So now we do center, endless terrain, and scale. Now we have that scale there. So generate fall-off map. Here, I will pass not the center, but the world chunk location. And what are you unhappy about? Yeah, I did give you an extra argument, didn't I? Yes. Okay, so a vector 2 dizzle for world chunk location, for where this chunk will be spawned at. Size can be int 32. Save in memory, 32 bytes at a time. And what do I do with this world chunk location? I suppose I gotta pass it to the handle cardinal fall-offs. Yep, pass that in. F vector to dizzle. You can get rid of scale. It's already got the scale applied to it. Go to the definition here. Okay, okay, looking good. Ordinal will need it as well. Go here, pass it there. Okay. Are we good? Are we good? So this then just turns into get rid of scale and size because that's already been factored in. We're just going to add these. Yeah, chunk coordinates plus XY. That's going to be the world location. Okay, that can be static as well. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Can't change anything if it's static. So, const is a bit redundant in that case. Okay, so now that we have the world chunk location, I can get the, each vertex's 2D location, basically. World chunk loc, but X, Y. We will need that there. Okay, okay. Okay, so now I have that location, I pass that into here for my future spline. Okay, and so this is going to be my, might get rid of a lot of this actually. Which is crazy, but this actually may end up being quite a bit simpler. Okay, but now I need to actually define this spline component, and God, passing this all the way down here as well is going to be one hell of a bitch. I'm kind of thinking about making this fall-off generator not a static function type class, just because it's turning into something that's containing a lot of data. So I don't want to like just keep I don't want to keep increasing the parameters and stuff here. Maybe a refactor for a future time, but this spline is going to need to be passed in for sure. So U spline component, and I'll call this something like border spline. And that will need to go to each of those. Okay, there we go. Border spline. Add each of those there. Put that to the new line. Okay, so the next thing that's going to be very hard to wrap my little potato brain around is creating this spline for the borders. I did say I was just going to start with the corner indexes in 2D space and just offset them a deterministically random amount. And I suppose I would do that in the world map generator. Seems like this needs a U spline component. Border spline, yep. Pass that in. Pass that in. And this one needs a lot more, doesn't it? Generate fall off map, border spline, world chunk loc, world chunk loc. What else do you need? Size, we got that. Border size, we got that. Noise data, we got that. Okay, so this just needs to be endless terrain noise data. Okay. All good there. And now in terrain chunk, it's going to be unhappy because this is, yeah. And so this, maybe I'll make a function here. World map, I'll say get border spline for chunk chord. There we go. There we go. And it will return a spline component. Okay. A spline component. Do I need to, like, is this like an actor component? It's a primitive component. Okay. So I don't need to, like, add it to anything. But I suppose a biome zone now is going to have a spline component on it for its borders. Can you have a spline? Let's see here. Pull up. Can you have a spline? So let's just act like this is what our spline's gonna look like. It's gonna be like through there. Okay, that's gonna be the spline, and then red is also gonna have a spline, right? Something, you know, like, is it possible to have a? Would that be one spline to have like a, I don't know what to call it, but like a crisscrossing spline? If it like connects in on itself, it's probably not, right? if the spline connects in on itself and has a tail, that's probably not spliny. Can splines connect to themselves in multiple locations? Because I guess what I would want is two different splines, one for the red biome and one for the blue biome. But I would want their border to match up perfectly. That's what I would want. Would that? I feel like that wouldn't be possible, right? Because you would have like, so this is a maybe there's a there's like a vertex or a spline point that they share, right? And then red is gonna go like, and then like maybe yeah. I mean, I guess the next point would be, and then like blue would go like. Would they be the same if they... I don't know how splines work. This is the first time I'm ever working with splines. If splines share a subset of points, are they... is that side equal? I don't know how to ask this. If I'll say two splines, let's just say share a subset of points. How can I connect two splines? I want to connect them like not like one into another though. I want to like make them kiss. Can two splines share the same spline curve? Parallel splines. That sounds like something what I'm looking for. It does work. Okay, so it sounds like it just needs to have the same tangent and position. I want parallel splines. Well, no, not necessarily parallel. I want like... Can two contiguous splines share the same side? No, that's not what I want. Different sub-levels? I don't know, maybe, two splines share same point. So it's like a subset of points is what I'm looking for. What would happen? I mean, I'm just gonna hope and pray that they'll be the same. I will just hope and pray that they are the same. Because my chunks on each side of the spline, if they're not exactly the same, like they'll probably be maybe as off as what I have drawn here, they will not match up. They will probably overlap each other, and it would look bad. But if I can connect two splines subset, then I think we're good. Okay, and so biome zones at transform chunk cord to I guess I need to do hit chunk biome. Yep, cord. Yep. Ship it. Yep, we're done. This is it. Chunk biome, and then this is gonna have like a border spline on it now. This might actually be easier using the splines. Okay, fine. It can be const. Okay, fine. I don't care. That's fine. We'll make this one const too. Hey, Kanshi, how you doing though? How you doing tonight? Doctor, hope you're doing well. Okay, so let's go to the biome zone. So now they're going to have a spline border. Ooh, and how are corners going to work? Oof. Hi, Moxie. Corners are going to be, I guess each... Yeah, okay. So what I'm trying to figure out is, like, if... I guess each biome needs to have a set of points to indicate its chunks corners, right? Then hopefully making the points the same makes the splines the same. So like what happens here is what I'm wondering. Is this like... What happens there? When these splines intersect? Is there going to be like a little gap where they all like kind of like, you know, do that in like 4 different ways? Or are they going to be like equivalent? I don't know. I guess we'll just have to fucking see, I guess. But yeah, each is going to have a spline component now. Border spline. And yeah, I suppose each chunk is going to need to have its corners. Blueprints, read only. Yeah, so each chunk needs to have its corner vert locations. So that... So I have to define the spline now. Now I'm at the part where I have to define the spline. Spline, spline, spline. Yeah, I guess I just iterate through the border chunks and for each border chunk I have to check each direction. So I'm on this chunk, on this one. Top, out of bounds, don't care about that. Left, same color, don't care about that. Right, I care about that. That means I care about this and this. I add those two to my border. My border spline. Bottom, and I need to like dedupe too, because bottom I have that one and that one. Add them both. This one's already added though. So yeah, we need to make sure it's. I mean, probably if you add a point to a spline that's already in there, it probably. Oh hi Moxie, there's a puppy dog. Oh, give me that belly. Give me a sweetie pie. And she totally made me lose my train of thought. Oh, I think I was saying, yeah, when you add a spline point, it probably dedupes it already. So maybe I won't need to worry about that. Okay, so I've recalculated my border chunks after merging biomes. Handle biome zone creation, calculate zone border entrances. Okay, so that's we're gonna probably need to change that as well. So why don't I make a function for calculate border spline. Yeah, undo that. Let's move that down to right there. Okay, so do a 4i over biome zones. Yes, yes, yes. Dot num. Yes. Not. What am I doing? I. F biome zone. Currents. Biome zone. We'll just say cur. Cur biome zone. Biome zones of I. And yeah. Skip the consumed ones. The larger biomes simply consume the smaller biomes. You see. And what are we doing here? I need to iterate for each biome zone dot cur biome zone dot zone border chunks for each border chunk dot. I'll just say dot. Can I do keys? Get keys for each key for each chunk coordinate. I essentially need to vector to dizzle there. Chunk coordinate. I essentially need to get each chunk coordinates world space vertex corners. Yeah. Oh my god, I have to like put it into a thing. Fine, we'll do entry. Border chunk entry. What is the math there? So I need like the size of the number of vertices, I think, is what I need. Do I have endless terrain in here? Of course I don't. Okay. Of course I don't. So dot key, this is f vector to dizzle for chunk coordinates. Yes. And so what I would want to do, the vectors, or the vertices rather, are not calculated yet. But I know where they would lie in 2D space. I know where they should. I just don't know the z yet. And that's fine, we don't need it. We don't need it. So chunk coordinates, what would I need to do? I would need to multiply it by, I believe it's endless terrain num square verts per chunk times scale. Yeah. And if I have endless terrain, I think I can just I think it has a function for translating a chunk coordinate to a world position. Maybe not. But what I would have here is, this would be world chunk loc. F vector 2D for world chunk location. Yeah, we would eventually want it in a vector 3 to add to the spline. The spline, I believe, needs vector 3s. And let's just go ahead and add this to just get it to shut up here for a second. And we can make it private. I barely have anything private in here, that's why I'm laughing. Yeah, make it a pointer, that's why it's mad at me. Okay, there we go. So, world chunk location, and so now what I can do, now that I have the world chunk location, what I can do... top left corner is world chunk location. Times scale divided by 2. Is that what I need to do? Hang on, let me look at that. Copilot, were you right? I don't think you're right. This is not what I had in mind. I was just going to do world chunk location minus number of square foot per chunk. Times scale divide. Okay, yeah, I think I do need to times it by scale. Let's get this. We'll do scale at the end, so that way, not world chunk. This is just chunk location. Chunk location dot x, and this should be a vector too. Minus number of square verts divided by 2 would be top left. What do we have here? I think that is what needs to happen. Copilot, come on, you got this. You got this. You know what needs to come next. I'll help you out here. What's next here? Yes, okay. Yes, there we go. Good. Good. Okay. So now I need to check each direction. Now I need to check each direction. And I need to know what direction I'm looking in, because that's going to depend. There's probably some fancy math I can do here. But I'm just going to manually do this. And so what I'll need is the chunk pixel index. Chunk chord, yes. Okay, and then I will need nice, okay. Int 32. I think I might be able to. Next is to check get directional indices, and then what do I pass here? Yeah, so the chunk pixel index. Okay, but the most important thing is I'll need to be like if for each here. I'll show you what I need to do here. Index to check if biome zones index map at index to check biome zones there at that index, go back, there we go, bing bang boom, dot color equals current biome zone biome color. Okay, if they equal the same, continue. Otherwise I need to know if index to check index to check, there we go. Index to check equals left index, I need to do something. Else if index to check equals, come on Copilot, you know what to do. There we go. There we go. So I'll need to handle these slightly differently each time. Okay, and so I need to create my spline above this. Use spline component, new object spline component, border spline, good, dot add points, it's all coming together, add point or add spline point. Adds a point to the spline. Coordinate space, update spline, add point. F spline point. This is a position. Add spline world point. Ooh, I kind of like that one better because then I don't have to specify. Add spline world point. Okay, so this is what we're going to do. If we have a different biome on the left, that means I want the top left corner location. And what I actually need to do here is multiply by scale, right? Get the true world. Yeah. Which means I will need to parentheses that, multiply endless terrain scale. Yeah. I will need to do that for all of these, because I didn't. Oh my god, this is getting nasty. These are getting nasty looking. Let's get the vector on the same line. Is that, can we make it look any better here? There we go. Okay, I think that's what we want. It's still pretty gross. Oh, and then I need to vector 3 them. Oh, okay. Change of plans. Undo all that. Undo all of that. Okay, so we have all our different... Okay, so now we need f vectors F vector for top left world location. Come on, you know what to do. F vector. There we go. Times endless terrain scale. Okay, come on. Come on. There we go. Good. There we go. Good. There we go. Top left, top right, bottom right, looking good. Bottom left, okay, that all looks sound. That all looks sound. Okay, top left world location. Okay, so if we have one to the left, we want the top left, and then we want bottom left world location. Gotcha. And so I wanted to see, does it check? In key, add the spline point at the end of the rail, does it dedupe? I'm not seeing anywhere where it would dedupe. Okay. Let's update spline. That scared the hell out of me. Why did you do that? You know what? I'm just gonna assume that nothing bad's gonna happen when multiple of the same points are added to a spline. And that's just going to be the happy world that we live in. Okay, so if we have something to the top, we want the top left world location and the top right world location. And then I'm going to randomly offset these a little bit as well in the future. But for the first pass, we're just going to make them equal to the corners. And so the corner of two that are cornered to each other should be the same location, ideally. And we have something to the right, so yeah, top right, and then we want bottom right world location. Bottom index. If we have one to the bottom, we want bottom left world location and bottom right world location. Yes, yes indeed, yes sirree. Okay. We have our splines. That's it. That's it. And then I guess we just need to add these splines to the biome zone. Border spline equals border spline. Duh. Why would border spline never not equal border spline? Yes. Yes. Oh, I can't wait for this to fail catastrophically. Okay, and then I did the directional check, so actually it shouldn't draw a border on the outskirts. Okay. Should I debug draw these? Should I set the debug draw? And they're primitive components. Do you have to add a primitive component to an actor for it to display? Or can they just exist in the world? Save me. Does use spline component need to be added to an actor? Do I actually? Okay. If I do, I suppose I have to add it as an instance component of this. Outer is this? Okay. Border spline, add instance, or do I do add instance component border spline? Okay, that works. So I think that's what we would need to do. It does take an actor component. Is a primitive a parent of? It's a scene component. Okay, yeah. Okay. Yes. And we've got our spline, dude. Oh, I'm feeling good about this. Oh, I'm feeling way too confident about this. Okay, let's turn on debug something or other, right? Set draw debug true. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. Close that down. Save the bush. Bush always needs to be saved, apparently. And this will be my first foray into splines. Oh, I'm going to take a little cheeky bite of my s'mores cookie. Did we fail? Oh no. Oh no. Okay. Map generator includes endless terrain, which includes LOD mesh, which includes something else. Okay. Is that all we need? God damn, those marshmallows stick to my teeth so bad. I'm in. I need to I guess I got rid of that, right? Okay. Are you gonna build this time for me? Nope, still no. They stick to my teethers, my big old toothers. So bad. Oh, right, and then this was like never initialized, and it's also incomplete. Yeah, so that's one thing I need to do actually. World map, generate world map, so I give it the noise. Let's just, pretty sure I call this from endless terrain anyway. So endless terrain can just pass itself in. Yeah, this. Pass itself in endless, just call it terrain. That makes more sense. Yeah. Marshmallows stink. Okay, I have the terrain. Where the hell was I? World map. Here we go. Okay, endless terrain. Endless terrain. No, that's not what I want. Okay, there. Now we've set it. Okay, so now that should be populated as well. Good evening, Turning Cog. How are you doing? How are you doing tonight? I'm not sure if you're just tuning in or if you've been watching, but we're talking splines. I'm learning me some splines. What have I done here? Endless terrain. Can I just make that a null pointer? Ugh. I made a potato roasted vegetable thing in a gravy with split brats to absorb the juice. That sounds delightful. I hope it tasted delightful as well. It was good, but I should have put cheese on it. Well, do you have leftovers? Okay, so I'm gonna break my display, my map display level. Then it would have just been poutine. Nothing wrong with poutine though, right? I myself, I got a beef chuck roast yesterday, and so I smoked that for about an hour, real low temp, and then I put it in a pressure cooker with some beef stock and onion, and then ate it on a. I shredded it after that. It was real moist and juicy and whatnot, and I ate it on a sandwich. Well, that's gonna fail now too. I should probably just delete that up. And then my girlfriend made, she made these like s'mores cookies things. So that's what I was eating that stuck to my teeth. I'm gonna try another bite here. Got chocolate all over me. You do something similar with the pork shoulder? Yeah, I love cooking some pork butt. I love me some pork butt. I usually smoke mine all the way through, though. I usually don't pressure cook my pork butt. All week? Yeah, dude, I have to freeze half of the pork butt or else it goes bad. Okay, what are we doing here? What are we doing? Is it working or is it failing? Okay. Okay. Oh my god, it is churning. What have I done? What did I do that was so expensive? I didn't think creating the splines would be that computationally expensive. God damn, it is still going. What is calculate border spline? Yeah. Splines for what? Yeah, so I'm changing my zone borders from being just static chunks that render a static fall-off map to dictating the border based on a spline that just runs through those chunks. So that way I'm hoping the end result of this will be to make my zone borders less square, because they're basically like in straight lines, right? So here's my example that I was going through. Like, so right now it just kind of does, you know, this for the border mountains, and then like this chunk and this chunk will render a fall-off map going down in that direction and going down in that direction. And it's like a perfect square. So if you look at it from above, you see these perfect right angles happening. And so what I'm trying to change to do is something more where I can create a spline, and I'll just offset the corner points of each chunk a little bit, and we'll see if we can render the fall-off map from that. However, I'm completely frozen, and it is just absolutely frying my CPU. So I should probably just stop that. What would I have done here, though? For each biome zone, for each border chunk. Okay, so maybe what I'll do, hang on. Just restart it. Restart it. I'm gonna turn up the number of biomes. And that way it doesn't have so many to go through. endless terrain, or rather turn down the number of biomes. Let's just do 100 and click play there. I am just doing for each biome border. So I'm doing for each chunk that lies on a biome's border. I get each chunk's corner index that's relevant and add it as a point to the spline. And it's actually not that, I'm not doing anything super complicated. Maybe I'll comment these out. Let's see what happens. Of course, I'll have to restart it now because it's just like absolutely frozen. Yeah, I'm not doing anything here too computationally expensive. I mean, I get it is kind of a beefy algorithm, but yeah, it shouldn't be too bad. It shouldn't be stalling forever. Okay, we're still... There's no way it's an endless loop, right? Yeah, because we're just iterating through each biome. Yeah, each chunk that's on the zone border chunks. What's the max points? So the map is 128 by 128. So that's how many chunks there are. So there's that many chunks. But there should only be 100 biome zones. Less than 100. Yeah, maybe let's change it to something really small just to see what's happening here. Because I iterate over every chunk already, and it doesn't really take that long. So, not really sure what's going on there. Let me look where I'm calling this from. Is there a way to combine the points down to a more manageable number? Well, I'm kind of already doing that for the most part, because I've gone through, iterated through all the points, and grouped them into biomes. And each biome, here, I'll show you the, here's the struct for a biome zone. It has a color, and it has all the chunks that are in that zone, and then it has the zones that are, or it has the chunks that are on the border. So that's about as small as I can get. So I'm iterating over each biome's one of those. And so in the endless terrain, I'm doing 100 cells. We'll just change that to 10. 10. I wonder if it's not what I think it is. I don't think it's the section I think it is. Get chunk. That should be instant time lookup. Maybe it. Because we go into map generator and we generate a fall off map. I shouldn't be doing anything here that increases the time complexity, I don't think. Just some math. Find location close. I wonder. Let me. Is that what is? I wonder if that function is what was. How expensive is that spline function? Okay, do we still have, we're only generating 10 cells, yes? Yes, yes, yes. Okay, that was it, I think. I only have two, I have literally 2 biomes. Sort of. It sort of fucking works. So, I was doing this. So that wasn't actually using the splines, I was using my old method. But I suppose this is, I suppose this is a computationally expensive function. Do I do this async? Generate fall off map, which would happen in map generator. Generate map data, what does this happen at? It does, it happens async in an async task. I suppose it, yeah, it still happens in the same frame, so it just blocks. Okay, so what do we want to do here? I'm definitely doing it more than I need to in here. When I generate a fall-off map, if it doesn't have any fall-off sides, I need to return. Yeah, that's why. So I was doing it for literally every single chunk. If it's empty, we can return. Turn 0. I should do the same for the ordinal fall off as well. And then, yeah, I just want to see if I can do this function enough at that point. Okay, and then let's go back into the world map. Turn back on that, because that wasn't the issue. And we'll restart there. So I was doing that for literally every single vertex in my world. So that was not good. I suppose that was iterating through every single point in the spline. All happening on the CPU. Yeah, so this is just with 10 cells, 10 biomes, potential biomes. Okay, it's still kind of slow. Did I accidentally build a benchmark tool? I don't think so. I think, is that what you want to call my shitty code? It's not shitty code, it's a benchmark tool. Actually, I want that to be world. Okay, oh, I guess it was, that was already happening, so that actually didn't change anything. So wait, why? Okay, so I didn't actually even change anything there. God damn. Well, shit. This is gonna be a problem. Yeah, what am I gonna fucking do about that? Yeah, it iterates. Oh. Oh my god, it finished. Hey, Moxie. It finished. It doesn't want to spawn me, though. ignore, There we go. Finally spawned. Yeah, and those should still be the same. Okay, I should probably turn down, the view distance. I mean, if I did that, it's not really going to make a huge difference. Well, it would here, because I think with the world that I have, if I turn the spawn distance down, it's not going to run that function anymore because it's not going to be active. So that just works perfectly. That just works perfectly. Because there are no fall-off maps. Because it's all flat. Okay. Let me... Hi, yes, hi Moxie. I know, you're very cute. You're very cute and very sweet. I'm going to instead... turn that off for a second, and then let's log each... Maybe I'm doing something wrong to where I'm adding a lot of fucking points in the border splines. Get number of spline points, yeah. Oh, come here, you creature. You want to see the creature? Here it is. Hello. You got stinky breath. She's got a dental cleaning coming up. Big day. Big day for you. There it is. Little stinky girl. You got stinky breath. It's okay, you're cute though. You're still cute. Is that one of those mop dogs? Sort of, I guess. It's a Maltese. I think the mop dogs are traditionally Shih Tzus, right? It's in the same category, I suppose. Calculate. Okay, so 282. Is that right? Let's do a regular. Actually, I maybe think like a larger biome might actually be a more computationally expensive thing because it has more points. Yeah, but you got to think it's 282 for each vertice in a chunk that is on a border. So that can get out of hand. So let's change that back up to like something normal. Like 500? Is that kind of what we had? Something like 500? Okay. Yeah, so it calculates the spline fast enough. That seems too high. This one only has 2. 2 seems too low. Who only has 2? I mean, I guess something like this. Because it's essentially like zone border chunks times 2. Right? $222. God, this red zone is massive. But you got to keep in mind, Turning Cog, it's for 58,000 vertices. Each vertex on a chunk that is on the border needs to figure out how far away it is from. Could I just calculate it once? Yeah, so it's 58,000 times those numbers there for every chunk, for every zone border chunk, of which there are a lot. I'm wondering if per chunk I could just calculate it once and just have like, I don't know, like an offset or something, rather than per vertex. Or maybe I can just get the spline subsection that goes through the chunk. And then do that, and then use that. Is there a way to get like a spline subsection? What is spline curves? What's in spline curves? Get spline subsection. Segment? Is that the word I'm looking for? Hang on. Segment? Segment? Oh, what the heck? No, that didn't look helpful. I enabled draw debug. What is it under here anywhere? If I click on world map. Uh-oh, we lagging. It was just like, nah. Okay. I don't know if that's going to change anything. We crashed anyway when trying to click on stuff. It was trying to paint things, I guess. I bet that happens again. I see nothing. And if I click on world map, do we crash again? We are frozen. Oh boy. Yeah. I don't think I'll be able to figure this out tonight, since I will be getting off shortly. We didn't, oh fuck, we clicked on something else though. Okay, run it back, click it again. Yeah, I'll need to investigate some ways to make that more efficient. My first thought is to just get a subsection of the, spline. Okay, that fucking... Continue? Continue? No, okay. Yeah, my first thought is to get a subsection of the spline. But I don't know how to do that. And then maybe just each... Um, segmentate a spline component. Yeah, no one is using splines for what I'm using them for. Maybe I should like put a breakpoint here, and then we can inspect each spline as it gets created. I don't know, maybe that'll glean us some additional information. So I could either subsection the spline, or like... yeah, what is border spline? Oh my god, is it not in here? Border spline, please. Oh, that's so annoying. Hello, please. There we go. Do I have border spline now? Suppose I can check the biome zones map. Border spline. Okay, there's one. Spline curves. Points is 2. I can't see what the points are. Cool, cool. Okay, another border spline. Maybe that one might not have gotten filled out. Points equals invalid. Okay. Okay, this spline seems fine. So why was that last one bad? This one has 68 spline points. I would expect some of these to have a closed spline loop, though. Just skipping forward a bit here. Well, index 15. The border spline has 66 points. Still says closed loop is false. Yeah, I don't know what to do here. But you see what I mean when I say they're too square? Like, you can literally see the squares. Like, the noise doesn't look too much like that. If you look too closely, you can see the normals not blending well. But these ones just have like a hard edge on them. Right, and even if they didn't have that hard edge, the like the top would still be that way as well. Yeah, I'll need to figure this out at some other point. Yeah, I think that'll be it for me tonight. I actually got way further on that than I thought I would, though. Hitting some performance issues, but hopefully there's a solution in sight. Yeah, whoever's still here, thanks for hanging out with me. Love talking to you all. Turning Cog, have a good night. Thanks for hanging out. And I will hopefully see a lot of you tomorrow when I stream again.